are on my channel, you're one of my treasures. Please do hit a like, subscribe, and feel free to jump into the chat. Everyone is welcome here. Please do keep your comments respectful. Um, so, it is a Saturday night. I just finished doing a video on a second channel that I do with a friend. It's called Nefarious Ms, like an MS, and stories. So basically, um, we go look up certain maybe cold cases, stuff like that. Tonight we did speak on a cold case, so you may want to go check that live stream out. We did talk about a cold case. The cold case is the West Bank or the West uh, Mesa murders here in or unalivings here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It was the bone collector murders, as they call them. Um, Hi, Tyler Robbins. Hey, Jason, welcome. Um, Thank you for joining us on the other channel. As you join us here, please do hit that like button, subscribe. We will have a good live stream tonight. I decided to do a little camo look tonight. Actually, what on the other, yeah, it was a pretty interesting case. I would actually like to dive deeper into it, Jason. The thing that, and that my friend how she says there are people out there that have bits and pieces of it that they may have known something. To me, what would be interesting just as a person would be to go out and try to get information from those people and maybe on the side do it as a way to solve the cold case. You know, not that I want to become a PI or anything, but I think it would be cool. Now, the reason I'm wearing the camo, if you look at the thumbnail for the channel, you can see that we made like little avatars for ourselves, pretty much. And my avatar, hey fan, welcome. My avatar on that channel is wearing camo, a camo hat and camo pants, and I'm doing that today. So I do it on every channel. I like to every stream on there. We've only done two. I've worn some type of camo on there just because my character is portrayed with camouflage in the little cartoon. And as you can see, my character I'm walking a Dalmatian, so that represents Thomas, or as he will be called on that channel, Cerberus. As many of you know, in Greek mythology. Hello, Frank B. Welcome to the stream. In Greek mythology, welcome, Potato. In Greek mythology, Cerberus was the dog guarding the underworld. So we were trying to give them mythical names. No, I mean, he did have some good songs, but actually I liked his songs with Black Sabbath more than anything. And all this Ozzy Osbourne stuff, you know, people calling me Ozzy on here, it's no longer a joke, you guys, because do you know how many people have tried that joke? It's no longer a joke. If you guys repeat the same joke, it just means that you can't come up with new material. You know, that's plain and simple. If you guys, you know, if you guys want to go and just talk about that on another stream, make your own stream. Welcome to the stream. Well, I met one of the Grogu characters from the Mandalorian. I actually held one of the Emmy awards to the Mandalorian. So we all have opportunities like that. Hello, Cade. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Remember, we are in Area 5T1, where I've heard of Slipknot, where we do discuss the 5Ts. We talk about transition. We talk about triathlon. We talk trends. We talk teaching / tips, and we talk trucks. I did film a little more on Gem X today. There was more. I was able to get a temporary tag finally on Gem X because, well, apparently the guy that signed the title over to me signed it incorrectly. So I went to track him down. He's nowhere to be found. The business that Gem X or the address that I guess this person lived at was no longer there. I drove clear across town. That'll be another mystery, kind of like this whole bone collector one. I may have my own cold case here for trying to find this guy, track him down. But at least I have a temp tag till September 30th. I'll be in California by then. Maybe I can find an easier way of registering it in California. I've been told it'll pass California emissions, so we can go from there. Latest, you could say that. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe, comment in the chat box. Everyone is welcome here, but please do keep your comments respectful. We ask that no religious talk is brought up. Hey Jessica, welcome to the stream. We just finished off on the other channel, so I came over here and started a stream. It was about a half-hour stream. You're having nightmares? Oh my good. So as I was saying, religion we try to keep out of here because I do have some subs with religious trauma. Me myself, I'm an atheist, so but I have been through 2 of the major religions in the United States, and one, you know, being the richest in the world. So which I have looked at the statistics of how much religions are worth, and yeah, the Mormon church which I used to belong to, the last one I left is the wealthiest one. Well, Schmegli, you will not do that. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Just walk up to them, tell them you want to have a conversation, and be straightforward with them. Hello, Johanna. Welcome to the stream. Well, Ozzy fan, then you should not be in here. My streams are listed for 18 and over. But unfortunately, when we got a vertical stream, it does go the through the shorts feeds. We are doing another fantastic night tonight. Please do hit a like and subscribe. We are, thank you. I actually do have, like, you can see it's an army green blouse on. And then I do have matching pants on. It kind of goes with the persona on the other channel. Johanna, my favorite movie of all time is probably the best movie of all time. It, it's Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, I love camo, Jason. I have every color of camo you can think of. Just that I don't do the real tree or mossy oak camo. That's the only. Oh, The Empire Strikes Back is not just okay. Um, Welcome, King. Welcome to the stream. Well, if you're new to the chat, let's talk about what the chat's about. So this is Jules. I'm Jules. All of you are considered my treasures, whether you're a new viewer or a subscriber. Also, you whenever you join us here. Also, we talk. This is called Area 5T1. There used to be an Area 51 sign up here, but I am in the middle of moving, so that's why it's not up there. But we call it Area 5T1 because we discuss the 5Ts. We talk about transition. We talk triathlon. We talk trends. We talk trends. Oh, we talk teaching/tips. And we talk trucks. Hello, Lizard. Welcome to the stream. Johanna, my favorite color is teal green. Eventually, this is the color I want to paint the Gem X, you guys, like my blouse. I'm an atheist, plain and simple, an atheist. So we don't delve deep into religion here. I mean, I have talked about the religion I belonged to, but no more. My favorite animal, I love dogs, and obviously I have one, and my favorite food would probably have to be pizza. What'd you eat, Winfred? I don't know. What made you sick? Welcome, Lizard. Welcome to the stream. If you haven't subscribed already, please do subscribe. Hey, Yadira, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Yeah, we kept the stream kind of short over there, but that's how we can film. I mean, we can also film ahead of time and post it as a video. That's how I know my friends over at Latter Daily Digest do interviews. They will use StreamYard as a platform to be able to do a meeting, but make it like an interview. So yeah, if you're new here, Mauro, please do subscribe to the channel. Everyone is welcome here. Just keep your comments respectful. My night's going good. I was just on another stream with a friend on our channel that we have, you know. Um, but it went well. Um, Hello, Evan. Welcome to the stream. Uh, Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Welcome to Jules Treasures. And remember, you are in Area 5T1. Um, Today we are in the camo because I was doing another video and my persona, basically in that video, my friend and I kind of do some cold case, uh, talk about the cold cases. I would love to go dig deep into them out in and try to, go and find more information. Um, and really maybe even try to solve it. But I think sometimes there's a fear factor in there, not from me, um, but when you guys ever look at the little thumbnail on our channel, my the AI drew my when I asked it to draw the character, it drew me my character in camo. Um, yeah, right now 16 minutes on here. It's 16:45. Welcome, Tarzan. Oh no, wait, Tarzan or Tarzan. Oh, it's got two N's from what I see. Well, I am originally from Cali, and I'm moving back to Cali. Well, I'm going back to Cali. Come on, guys, we need 12 more subscribers. 12 more subscribers will make us hit 2,500. Then we would just need 50 more to hit our goal for that 2,550, so I can do the Molly bag giveaway. Hello, Yesenia. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Cali is a cool place. I mean, I know for sure I'm not a big fan of the governor, but I grew up there. It is my um, home state, so I would love to, at one point I wanted to go back. I wasn't going to go back when I was still in Florida, because my daughter was growing up. Now she's getting her master's degree, so I moved out here to Albuquerque. So I'm here in the ABQ. Some other things came up, and it's kind of a have to move to California type of thing. And I mean, I kept the same. Well, actually, my job got a little better, but with the same employer, and yet my pay goes up about $20,000. Really, Grumpy? Where did you send it to? Because I don't see $5 anywhere. It would have popped up in a little super chat box, or I would have heard it on my Cash app. Mauro, have you ever been to San Diego, California? You have to hit the little dollar sign over here. And when you hit that dollar sign, Um, it may, I don't know if you have a card programmed already into your phone or whatever, and I'm not getting anything. It would have popped up very quick. I prefer you not send it at all. What did you send it to? Grumpy, now I know you're lying. Because I haven't heard a ring from my phone, nor seen a super chat or super sticker pop up right here. It usually pops up a little box right here in the chat box. Everything will tell me whether I've gotten a super sticker or a super chat. My computer will tell me right away. Welcome everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe. Consider dropping a dono, a super chat, super sticker, whatever you would like. Any amount's okay. Remember 30% does go to charity, 10% to Animal Humane New Mexico, where I adopted my dog from. The other 20% I will be sending to help victims of the floods in Texas. So I send the money to a friend. She buys gift cards for them. What am I doing? I'm talking on my stream to my subscribers and viewers. Oh, well, Neil, I'm moving to Cali, so I have to pack. My jackets are actually still in the closet, but hello, Ella, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the camo is because I actually started a channel with someone else, and we made a little thumbnail because we're doing like unsolved mystery, cold case type of stuff. And when we started wanting to make our characters, we used AI to make up thumbnails. And I did mine, and I said I want a young lady with long auburn hair with a camouflage boonie hat, which I know this is not a boonie hat, but I saw this one at work, so I got it. Thank you for the 11 likes, everyone. We are working our way up. Next goal is 51 likes. Please do hit subscribe also. So yeah, well, that's why I've been doing. Some days I'll come on here and be in camo because we have this like persona, that we made on our thumbnails. Actually, what's pretty cool too is that the girl with wearing the camo hat and the camo pants, that's me with auburn, with the auburn hair. It came out and it looks exactly what I wanted it to look like. It actually looks like me. Free samples, welcome. And she's walking a Dalmatian, and I love it because I have a Dalmatian mix. So, because I actually put that into AI. It's amazing what AI can do when you type in the right words. My friend, she goes by Heat on that channel. She has a Maine Coon cat, and I typed in with the AI. I'm like, and I typed in with walking with a girl and like, and I put a couple of with an old dirty map in her hands, walking with a Maine Coon cat walking next to her, and sure enough, AI got it all right. So like it's both of us walking there with our pets, what kind of pets we have. This weekend has also seen no heat, like it's hot. Thank you, Ella. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe. I've had good luck with it to develop thumbnails. I wish I could show some of them right now, but um, I think I've used one for here before. I'm not sure. Uh, Hello, Aaron. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Larry. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Unfortunately, yes, it is dominating our social media, but it is something we need to get used to because are going to, you know, it's doing a lot of, it can actually do some good stuff because if it can draw a picture just from me typing in a few words or even just saying them, um, think if later on you could just tell it to do like, you know, supply a hospital, you know, and just tell it how to route its way from one location to another location. You tell a certain like remote device using AI to take things through, you know, to through a hospital. They already have them in some hospitals. They're like little robots that'll bring up medications from one place to another. And I was it no, I think it was one of the other hospitals of the hospitals I worked at before working at the VA. They had one. I mean, look at drone technology, how it's gone up. Everybody was against drone technology, but look at what drones can do nowadays. There's a channel I watch here on YouTube. It's called Matt's Off-Road Recovery. And what they do is go tow vehicles out of that people take off-roading, and then they get stuck or break their vehicle in the weirdest places or roll it or something, and they go recover it. And they've got all these real nice recovery vehicles and they know how to off-road really well. But a lot of what they do for finding the vehicles sometimes is using a drone. They use it for filming, and you know, a lot of your fireworks shows now have drones in it. So, I mean, drones are used by first responders. You know, they're drones nowadays that in certain cities where the drone can be, you could call 911 if someone's having a heart attack, and if there's no automatic external defibrillator nearby, they can send one to you, you know, or they can send it up into the fire, trying to find people before the firefighters go there and endanger their lives. Correct. I mean, everything that advances in technology, there's always going to be an opposition to. You know, laser technology for surgery. Well, now everybody wants to go get, uh, their surgery for their eyes done, and it's done by laser. Um, a lot of surgeries are done with laser now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Don't forget to jump into the stream with us. We are yeah, you're always going to have a human element. A, you know, there in the medical field, you can't get away from, uh, from a human element, because I don't think you'll ever develop something that'll have emotion to the point where it'll know where to know that difference between right and wrong. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. If you're just joining us, please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Consider dropping a super chat, super sticker. Those 30% of what you donate to this channel does go to charity, either Animal Humane New Mexico. 10% goes there. 20% will go to flood victims in Texas. Guys, do you understand that we are doing fantastic? We're only 32 minutes into the stream and we're already at 475. That is pretty close to halfway to the next to number 10 video. We'll probably knock off number 10 off the list here, which was a pretty recent upload. I think it was last Saturday when I had to leave. I don't know if it was last Saturday or just a few days ago. So we're already taking over videos that we did recently. Yeah, this one was done August 22nd. That was yesterday? No, because yesterday we made it all the way up. Oh no, it's on Thursday. Wow, we had a Thursday night video that made 4,000. Last night we made it to number 3. So this Thursday night's one is going to drop off once we hit 1,100, which is conceivable pretty soon. We've already hit 14 likes. Let's keep those likes coming along. I would, definitely like to see more of those, just so you guys acknowledge the channel. Consider dropping, like I said, the super chats to help out Animal Humane New Mexico and people in Texas who are needing money from the floods. Thank you, Mauro. That's what, 500 in Argentinian pesos. Am I right? Thank you very much for that donation. That'll help. Gracias. Son 500 pesos. de, de Argentina. And the YouTube is very good about doing the exchange rate. So hello everyone and welcome to the stream. Please do leave a like and subscribe. Our goal right now is to get 60 more subs, maybe by September. Let's see, by September 5th, and on September 10th, I will do the giveaway. But if we don't make those 60, then we have to, the quicker we make the 60, the quicker we can do the giveaway. I always gonna give it I always give it a few days because even though we hit 2550, I want to maintain the 2550. Sometimes people just come in, load the box to have the membership, and then they leave. Yes, Raj, new look. Thomas is doing great. He's doing fantastic. He's being his crazy self. I bought him a new collar today. I want him to do a little better on his walking skills. He gets really wild, so I bought him a walking collar. I'm more of a dog person, Grumpy. I do have a dog. That's when they ask about Thomas, that's my dog's name. I believe he's somewhere right there. That's my dog. He's bundled up in a ball. His name's Thomas. He's a Dalmatian mix. He last week did get sick. He had a gas. It's been exactly a week, you guys, now since he went to the vet. And this guy is eating fantastic. And like the nurse that I am, not yet, Raj. 9/11 of all days is the last day here. My last day at work is the 10th of September. Yeah, it's getting closer, and you think I need to get some boxes, a few more boxes, or maybe one big Tupperware bin. I think a couple of those bankers boxes will do. The thing is, in the end, I'm just gonna get rid of my furniture. Futon's gonna go. That shelf I'm gonna throw out tomorrow. I've got another shelf to throw out tomorrow. I should have just enough stuff to fill up the Xterra and have like half a seat, like half the back seat for him. Or I'll fold down the seat and then he'll have a little area to lay in right there. So, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe, and comment below. Oh no, when we get to San Diego, the background's going to go up. I've already got ideas for it, especially once one of the things will be, once I get my pod, it's given me a lot of ideas. So I have like all the different license plates from different vehicles that I had. So I think that'll be cool to put up there. But yeah, they'll be, and then we'll do streams from many different locations. Yeah, I love to keep the plates. If you guys will see them. But I already looked it up, and Gem X is available in California, and you guys have seen it. If you guys go to my posts on my channel, you can see what it'll look like, the sample. I'm gonna get the old school license plate, the black and yellow. Not unless there's something more with, like, I don't know. There, because when I lived in my first truck had blue and yellow license plates. That's what color they were. And before that, they were black and yellow, but that was like in the 60s. Then in the 70s, they changed them to this blue and yellow. That one got stolen off my vehicle, of all things. And then they went to this white one, and it said California in cursive, and it had like a sunset on top. And then from there, they went to white with blue numbers and a red California on top. I think I have all of those with different, and I even have Florida ones. I have, and I had a lot of custom plates. In other words, I have 2 custom plates in California. I have one from Florida that had a custom plate. Thank you very much, Ordinary. I did a little bit of a camo look today, but the camo was for the other channel. And I like wearing hats. I'm a big hat person. Whenever I go outside, most of the time. Thank you. So, like today's makeup, I tried to match it to the camo, so I just did some brown eyeshadow and did a very light brown lipstick. I didn't try to do too much. I didn't want to go with even though the black wings would have probably, with the black part of the camouflage, would have blended in, but I was just like, no, I'll keep it simple. For next week's stream, I've got another, or I don't know if we got to do another case, so we're gonna figure out what we have, and we'll figure out, and we'll see what pops up that we can do. I don't know if we can get a trip out to Roswell. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel. We are trying to make it to 2,550 subs, and we are currently at 2,490. Maybe we can try to hit the 2,500 mark tonight. That would be fantastic. Yeah, that's what I'm going to talk with Heat about. Especially you guys are asking for it. I'm going to try to talk to her. Next week is a 3-day weekend for us. Oh, wow. That means it's a 4-day weekend for me. So, is it really? Oh, I didn't think of that. We should definitely do a Roswell one for that day. For that week, we could go on Saturday, do video footage there, put it together. I wonder if we could quickly put it together for Sunday. You guys hear Thomas's new chain collar? I'm going to try to convince her. No, it is also pay week, so I'm a transgender female, rotten. Well, actually, what it is, I know a lot of people give flack when they hear, and he's got a walking collar. I don't know if many of you know what a walking collar looks like. Um, I'll be right back. I'm not gonna take it off of him, but I'm gonna. Hey, buddy. I couldn't find them, but I bought extra links for it. Um, so basically, what collars to train dogs how to walk properly. A lot of people think that it's an abusive type of thing, um, but it's not. They have links that are straight, but then kind of loop down like this, and they go like this. If you have them put on the dog properly and not too tight, all it is for is like if they're walking ahead of you, you're supposed to just give that dog a gentle tug, gentle, like this. And when you give that gentle tug, it's supposed to simulate mom picking the dog up, and it reminds them of that. And then what it does, it tells them to listen to what you're saying. Of course, obviously Thomas can't hear, but then it brought him to a perfect heel. You know, he started walking at a perfect heel. So yeah, rotten apple. If you're a man, anyways, I'm a transgender woman and I'm a lesbian, so um, I wouldn't be you wouldn't be my type. Yeah, and once he tugged on it, someone must have taught him on one before. Um, and he jumped up and pulled on it, and obviously he was like, oh, and he got down like immediately, because he has this tendency to jump up a lot when we're going just leaving outside, and sure enough, he was like he got calm right away. He even like got down on all fours, so he knew. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. I do want to thank you for coming by. We are doing fantastic tonight. We are already at 619, which would be the new area code I live in, from 505 to the 619. And that is putting us, we're not even in our first hour, and to we're more than halfway to, we just, yeah, number 10 video on our list is 1,155 viewers, and here we have 625 views already. Raj, right when I was looking for a dog, I first of all, I wanted one, but like I was taking my time to look for one. Then I got motivated a lot because I watch this channel on YouTube. It's called Matt's Off-Road Recovery, and they always have a dog called Peanut on it. It's a border collie, and that dog is so awesome to watch on the channel. It just kind of runs along as they do these off-road recoveries. They'll get into the desert, and it'll just jump out of the vehicle and then like track, and he'll like run alongside the vehicles, and so I kept watching the channel. I'm like, man, I really need a dog. I said, I miss one. And I started looking online here, and I had already looked at the Humane Society and noticed there's a lot of Australian Shepherds out here in New Mexico. And I had been looking on the Humane Society's website, but then when I started looking again, Melanie, I think we've already told you before in the past. Um, so, um, I think one day I typed in Humane Society, and I got this shelter called Animal Humane New Mexico, also a nonprofit. It is a rescue shelter, um, and they rescue dogs and cats. And when I started looking at the selection of dogs, there were three that caught my attention, but the first one was Thomas. He caught my attention because he was right away when I read it, it said he was a Dalmatian mix, and I'm like, I want that dog. I'm like, I've already had four Dalmatian mix or two purebreds and two Dalmatian mixes in my life. I know how to handle Dalmatians because they can be um, a little wild, and so I'm like, I can handle this. Now the only thing was he was deaf. So I also liked another dog there whose name was Brian. Yes, like on Family Guy, the dog Brian. Now this guy didn't drink martinis and smoke though, but I went there and they basically made little like they put me in a room with them. And I went in with Brian, would feed him some cheese treats. Yeah, he was a pretty good, cool dog. He was hyper, would play with toys. But they told me there were certain things with that dog was that he had been returned 4 times. He was returned 4 times by 4 different families because of the type of dog he is. He's an Australian Shepherd. He's a herding dog. Well, what did the dog do at their house with all 4 families? All 4 families had kids. They had no animals to flock. So what did the dog do? He flocked the children. He would put them and surround them in like the living room or the den. On the latest family that they had him, he actually one time one of the kids was trying to go up the stairs. He grabbed the kid by the crown of their head and brought him down back to where the other kids were and kept them herded, you know? So he was herding them basically like sheep. And so that dog had been returned 4 times. Thomas, I don't think many people were looking at him because like they have like kind of like the disabled pets like in a certain area, and he had this large room, probably as large as this apartment area right here, my dining area and my living area right here, and he was in there by himself, and I think it's just because he was deaf. And then he would sleep in this one corner. I remember walking in, they had a little bed for him, and he was sleeping in that corner. And then the girl tells me, you have to walk up nicely and pet him to wake him up. Do not startle him. And yeah, he sure enough, he wakes up. They were giving me like little cheese nips or something to feed them, and they showed me the sign language that he already knew, and he was doing great. He liked to play tug of war. He has a little rope and he loves to play tug of war. um, that's where I think his leash problems came from, because he was great with the play. He's great with playing fetch. He'll catch the ball mid-air if you throw it just right. He'll catch the ball mid-air. And he, he just turned out to be the right dog. Me and him in the last 6 months, I think we've just gone on 6 months. He and I have really, really connected just right. With him being deaf, I think he's got, picks up on other things in a different way. Yeah, and that's the thing. I always say rescue the animals rather than, go to a breeder to get an animal or a pet. Because like my friend Heather, she got, for those of you that don't know what a Maine Coon is, it's a very large cat, beautiful cat. Um, I think hers is now weighs what 17 pounds, and I think it might still be growing. And and so it's and someone gave it to her because they didn't want it anymore. So that was a good thing to do is to take it in. Yeah, it was, they're hard to maintain. I know someone else that got one and had a lot of health concerns. So um, it's it's one of those things. I remember my first Dalmatian, he got parvo. So like when Thomas got sick last week, that was my concern. I didn't want him to have parvo. I was like, um, so yeah, I was like, because it had a lot of the same symptomology. I was like, no, 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 no. I'm gonna get you to the vet quick. And that night, or that day when we were streaming, I had to go because he was not looking good. Last Saturday, I don't know if you guys remember, in the middle of the stream, he passed. Oh, I've had so many pets. He's my fifth Dalmatian, like dog with Dalmatian mixed into it. Before I moved out here to New Mexico and I was still with my ex, we had at one point 6 dogs. We don't want to talk about the number of cats we had at the same time too. I've had lots of pets. And if with her I had 2 Dalmatian mixes and we had one purebred Dalmatian. Oh, we had also had another purebred Dalmatian, but only for a few months because we fostered him. And we had a Great Dane Dalmatian mix also. I forgot about her, but she's attacked several of the other dogs. Um, and we had to take her back to the Dalmatian rescue. Um, and then I had my first Dalmatian mix, which I did get from a breeder, and I got actually for that one I got a good price for about, I think, $150 because he had what they call a defect. This is how breeders are. If a Dalmatian has a spot on its eye, the patch on its eye, that's considered a defect. Dalmatians are supposed to have quarter-sized spots that do not overlap. To be a show dog, they should not overlap. Maybe two, just kind of concentrically touching each other, but they shouldn't really overlap. So like the eye, when they have an eye patch, that's considered a defect in them. Well, the one I got from a breeder had patches on both eyes. That's why his name was Zorro. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Everyone is welcome here. We're trying to make it to our next goal of 2,500 um, 50 subscribers. Once again, why is we did it again, guys? The channel, we've been going for an hour under, or this live has been going under autos and vehicles, and it's because I did a video on Gem X the other day, which went on autos and vehicles. Let's change that uh, category to just people and blogs. No wonder we could have probably been like double the amount of people we. I bet you some of our other subs haven't seen us because they're not under there. We're not under what they're used to. Let's see what happens now. Let's reset that. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, well, that's the thing is when you look at AKC breeds, you know, that the American Kennel Club dictates a lot of that, unfortunately. That is absolutely true, Mario. I'm sorry. Um, Welcome everyone. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Correct, Angley, they do ruin them. I mean, dogs are something to enjoy. You know, they're family members. You know, this guy's my family. You know, right now, for the past 2 years that I've been here, once I got that futon, that's all I slept on. I never got my bed sent here. Well, I've been sleeping on that futon since I got Thomas. He's right there on the futon with me. And what? I don't care. He's family, you know? In Florida, when I was still out there and we had multiple dogs, there were sometimes 4 dogs on the bed. You know, it was like, I do want to thank everyone who has hit the like and subscribe tonight, and I of course always thank all of my treasures that are already subscribers. But all the new ones that have joined, it is helping us move our way to our next goal. I'm sure they are. Now, I understand what you're saying there, Dangly, but PETA in itself causes a lot of harm in its own ways. So PETA, I understand they want to help animals and the environment and stuff like that, but I've seen them do things that cause damage to the environment just for helping, trying to help certain species stay alive. I guess I don't know how to phrase this, or that they're saying that we're doing harm to animals. I've seen PETA actually light fires to car dealerships because of that. So you have your good and your bad about them. Correct, Yadira. There's so many things that happen from inbreeding in pets. That's probably why Thomas is deaf. Six major hurricanes, Raj. Six. I went through Hurricane Charlie. First hurricane season that I went through that had hurricanes. We went through Charlie, Francis, Ivan. Then my next one was Wilma, then Irma, and Ian. Ian being one of the worst hurricanes of all time. It's in the top 10 worst hurricanes of all time. Um, I've looked at top 10 lists where Katrina's not even on there, but Ian is. Ian caused a lot of infrastructure damage there in Florida. Katrina caused a lot of death because the city's infrastructure wasn't prepared for that. So it did kill lots of people. And unfortunately, what happens though with a lot of hurricanes, and I don't want to blame people, but what a lot of people do is they don't listen to evacuation orders. The government will say, it's time to go, you guys. You have to leave your house. And they don't. You know, I know this because I've lived in hurricane areas. I've worked in disaster response. Actually, I'm looking at getting a master's degree in disaster response. And yeah, some people they're adamant they don't want to leave. Like last year on hurricane season, there was a hurricane that came close to where my daughter lived, and they were in their apartment, and her boyfriend didn't want to leave the apartment because he says last time people were getting, into things. I'm like, it's hard. Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, Dangly. They always offer the resources to go to a shelter or, and the government. The thing with hurricanes, it's like earthquakes are hard to deal with because I'm moving to California. I'm originally from California. Earthquakes hit suddenly. Hurricanes, we know they're coming. So once you know a pretty definitive route of where that hurricane is, that planning should be going into evacuating certain buildings, like nursing homes or assisted nursing living facilities, retirement homes. People that are going to need to be evacuated. That should be all in the logistics of. Welcome, Desiree. That should all go into that logistics of that early planning stage. That's why they activate what they call the EOC, their Emergency Operating Center. And this is something since I already work for the government, I have a bachelor's degree in public safety administration. I was just looking at a Masters of Public Health, but Emergency and Disaster Operations was the specialty in it. I would love to get that and become like a director in the Department of Health and Human Services or United States Public Health Services. It would be hard to put my name to say even FEMA, but be able to change the face of what FEMA works and try to make those logistics work is it's going to be hard. And Dangly, that's happened before. So like for example, I used to be on a disaster medical assistance team. We were under FEMA. Katrina happened. They didn't want our names in FEMA, so we were still DMATs, but then they changed everything and they put us under the Department of Health and Human Services. Well, yeah, and that's the thing is, Another thing that he's trying to do away with is solar. Solar, I would say just try to solar power your house as much as possible. Solar can actually give you reserve power that goes back into the grid. So, the more solar you make, it actually can turn your meter backwards and sending it to the power company. Wind is another reliable resource. You can make your own, like, Tesla has those Tesla walls. There's ways of making your own. Okay, Mauro, I gotcha. Welcome everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. We are working our way to, we're only 6 away from 2,500, you guys. So let's at least, tonight, let's go for those 6. Irish, I don't believe in God or Jesus. You guys got Jack before I even saw it. Hello everyone, please do hit that like. We want to make sure, let's try to make those 51 likes. We're getting close to 900 views, you guys. We're doing fantastic. Guys, leave, I was gonna say just, hey, Jennifer, welcome. Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. Join us in here. We are just chatting. Actually, we got into a little bit about disaster response. I used to do disaster response. It was originally supposed to be my job here in Albuquerque, New Mexico with the VA. They defunded that program last year, even before this president got into office, before Trump got into office. It's not just him. It'll be every president will do what they want with whatever agencies. It would have been a disaster response team directly for the VA to go to as a clinical deployment team in areas where they needed us. And we were like a 0.01% of the VA employees that were there. Hunter, remember, I think you've been here before and we talked about, we don't talk God here. But we try not to because there are people in this channel that have religious trauma. I am an atheist. I don't believe in God or Jesus or any other religious entity. So if I was still in the other religion I was in, you wouldn't want me to come in here and push the Book of Mormon on you. So and I left Mormonism and that's it, plain and simple. Nobody would want me, many people wouldn't be here if I started just pushing the Book of Mormon and the Doctrine and Covenants and the Pearl of Great Price. Yeah, it is, but I've still got this awesome decoration here, Thomas. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Yeah, about 2 weeks. I just realized that next week's Labor Day, that's like the countdown. I'm not big into house music. I'm more of an 80s person. Hey DJ, welcome to the stream. Please do hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you aren't already. Um, well, welcome Sonia. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Feel free to jump into the live stream here. Do hit a like, subscribe. Well, whether he sends the military or not, he's I think this is an interesting topic, you guys, because using the military within our own borders, he should be, if he is going to use military troops within our own borders, it should be the National Guard. I guess there's been some loopholes used, but there is an act. And I'm going to look it up right here. We can, I don't know if we've talked about it before in the past, but this act is called the Act of Posse Comitatus. I did a report when I was getting my degree, and it was in one of my public safety administration classes. And what did I want to do it on? I did it on was actually beefing up border security to stop the drug running. Okay, I talked about all the different cartels in Mexico that would run drugs up here. I never talked about, this is what's my difference in thinking here. I specifically talked about cartels and not the, people that come to try to get work and or even they come get work or just trying to look for a better life. So what I found out, and I was telling someone about my report, and he had been in the Air Force. He was a PJ. Very rare to find someone that's a PJ, to meet someone. There's about, in the whole military, between all, 4 different branches, or what, now 5 different branches of there's 300 PJs. 300. So that says a lot. More PJs than Navy SEALs. So basically, when he tells me, because I said something about deploying the military to the border to stop the drug cartels, then he tells me, our military cannot be used within our own borders because of the act of Posse Comitatus. And he says maybe he's all looked that up, and then that states that only the Coast Guard and the National Guard can be used in our borders. So I did look it up, and I used it in my report, because then I went into, how about let's start using private military contractors. I looked at that option. So I've looked at this before, you guys. Trust me, it's not something that's gone past my head. I've looked at it. So here I'm looking it up via, this is the AI overview via Google, and it talks about the Posse Comitatus Act. says it is a federal law that generally prohibits the use of active duty U.S. military personnel for domestic civilian law enforcement purposes. Enacted in 1878, it limits the power of the federal military, preventing it from being used as a police force within the United States. Though there are specific exceptions authorized by Congress, such as the Insurrection Act, the acts proposed to maintain clear separation between the military and civilian government, preserving liberties and preventing the military from becoming involved in enforcing civilian laws. That is the basics of what the law of posse comitatus does state. Correct. He does not follow rules. Correct. And Jennifer, like I said, he's finding loopholes in it. So he's probably using the Insurrection Act as a loophole. So then it goes on to talk about the purpose and the intent, the act. Hello, J Girl. We're talking a little bit of the Posse Comitatus Act here. Just kind of talking about, we're wondering about military use in the United States. So the purpose of intent of the Posse Comitatus Act was the separation of powers. The act created to ensure the U.S. military was used for defense and not to enforce domestic laws, which are the responsibility of civilian authorities. Historical context. It was a response to concerns that U.S. Marshals and other officials might use the Army for their own law enforcement initiatives. Scope of application. Federal military. The act applies to the Army, Air Force, and the Department of Defense regulations covering all branches. Now, National Guard. So from what I learned is National Guard can be used here. The National Guard, but they're set to the governors of the states. So the National Guard is subject to act only when the federal lies in operating under the president's command. When operating under the state control, they are subject to state law, not the Posse Comitatus Act. Now, here are the exceptions to Posse Comitatus. The military can be used for domestic law enforcement if Congress provides explicit authorization for a specific act. So in all of this, I don't think I ever really heard a specific act that Congress did. It seems like he skipped steps here. Trump skipped a lot of steps. And this is a major exception, allowing the president to deploy the military to suppress insurrections. And enforce the federal law or protect civil rights when a state is unable or unwilling to do so. And I think most states are actually getting more out of control right now as he has sent troops and all these federal agencies out into cities. And most people are trying to do peaceful protests, and then they're getting actually beat down by some of these federal. Many of them you don't know who they are. Some of them, yes, you're starting to see more ICE and CBP out there, but most of them uh, aren't really don't really have a set uniform. Yeah, I think it was Ordinary the other day. She lives in DC, and she says that, or they've stated that they saw tanks in their area. You don't need tanks in the middle of a city. Then there are other federal laws. Congress has enacted other laws that permit military involvement in certain domestic areas, such as protecting federal property or assisting with several federal laws and court orders. So that, yeah, you're going to have military presence at, like, say, the inauguration, stuff like that. The term posse comitatus itself is Latin for force of the country, and historically referred to as a group of citizens called upon by a sheriff to assist in law enforcement. However, the Posse Comitatus Act is a specific federal law stemming from the concept, distinct from the general historical term or extremist groups that have adopted the name. And yes, it does seem people are losing their rights. I always tell people, don't watch network news. I encourage, and I will say it to the end, watch, the alternative media, watch alt media, watch the Midas Touch. The guy is fantastic. He gets highlights from different networks out there. Hello, gaming. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel, and then he takes the media, shows what those other channels are showing. No. I could have told him what rights are there. I mean, who knows if my family's not going to get all of a sudden. Correct. After he attacks finishes what he wants with the Hispanic population, which does include my family, then he'll marginalize and go after our rights to live. John, do you see where people are being taken? He's taking people right off the streets, or these agents are taking people right off the streets. They're just, it's not like they come with a warrant, and they're doing these Trojan horse things. They're racial profiling. Many of these people are. They're racial profiling. They're not, oh, let me look at your ID, and see if you are a legal citizen. No, they should be doing that. They're just snatching people. I suggest go watch the Midas Touch Network here on YouTube. That guy gets good footage. Excellent footage. He did take protect rights from trans people. Now, in the executive order in which he did, he mainly what he did was changed like it to where yeah, they won't give hormones to people under 19. Uh, what my belief on this, and I'm going to give my take here on the channel. My take is that once one does feel the dysphoria, one should be at least able to start seeing a mental health provider to be able to start at least a social transition. Now, when it comes to medical transition, I kind of agree. Should be allowed only be allowed once people reach the age of accountability, which I feel 19 was a decent age to put. IDK, welcome. Correct. Ordinary, that's what's going on. People are just some are even innocent. Okay, IDK, this is a question I get very often. It's not what made you become trans. Okay? It's like asking you what made you become cisgender or what made you become straight. Did something make you become straight? No, it's that feeling you have inside. And that's what being trans is about. It's that genuine feeling you have that you're not aligning with the person or the sex you were assigned at birth. Well, you have a good day, Eric. We'll be back tomorrow if you want to join us. I mean, IDK, I don't want to sound too standoffish on that, but that's basically what it is what made you want to be straight? What made... Well said, Ella. Science does show there is a part of the brain that shows, you prefer, your gender is different than the sex assigned at birth. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe as you come in here. Hi Katie, welcome to the stream. Do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Remember, you are a treasure here. Just Nat, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Remember, that makes you a treasure on the channel. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. We do discuss the 5Ts here in Area 5T1. We talk about transition, we talk about triathlon, we talk trends, teaching. Um, yeah, he does. I hadn't seen that he turned his head this way. Trends, uh, teaching and tips, and trucks. I did do a little filming on Gem X. I do put new light bulbs in the vehicle. Uh, I don't know what crazy bulbs this person had put in there. I guess he wanted to put some new high intensity ones or something. Probably because the headlights themselves were very, very. I don't know if many of you have ever looked at your car headlights over time. They tend to film like a get some film on them, and then they don't shine as bright. Rubbing compound will take that off. You can use rubbing compound. They also have different special cleaners for that. There's people that use coarse toothpaste on it. So yeah, $500 goes a long way. That's what his vet bill was last week, but it was all worth it. You know, I couldn't imagine what would have happened had he kept having that diarrhea. I'm glad that he got those fluids. I think that's what helped the most. Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Yeah, I got him a new collar today too. I spent like $60 for a collar, extra links, and a leash. But like I said, it's helping him walk properly. So like more of a heel. It must be windy outside my door. It's like you can tell because it like the seal like keeps wanting to break or something. In Florida, what was always weird was doors open outward. I didn't like that because if you open the door outward, someone can just grab the door and get in really easy. But yet then I thought, well, I know why they open outward, because if the wind blows during a hurricane, it keeps blowing it inward. So, that's what's crazy about architecture. It's just different for everywhere. California, they build houses out of wood. Florida, they build them out of cinder blocks. Correct. It was totally worth it. Yeah, to me, I rushed him there, and she did an excellent job. Plus, she gave me a great discount. I happened to mention that I was a nurse, and then I mentioned somewhere along, I mentioned I worked at the VA. So she gave me a military discount. Oh, wow. Yeah, the most we, one of the dogs we had in Florida, we spent about, I think it was, well, he had a tumor removed right there in the neck. He got chemo, and then I guess it's come back, and it's for me, I like from what I hear, my ex keeps telling me that it's bigger and that it's just now it's starting to, he doesn't eat as much, but still acting himself. And he's waiting at that rainbow bridge, a place where you're going to go and hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Um, let's see what these messages are. Um, Nothing important. So today we did get accomplished the fact that we got a temp tag for Gem X. Finally, the vehicle has a tag. Now I got to do start my own cold case. I'm trying to find the hold on, you guys. I think I hear like a car alarm. Nope, it's not Gem X. So yeah, it just sounds like it's a horn honking constantly. I don't know, maybe I'm hearing things, but um, it. I looked out there. As long as it's not Gem X, I'm fine. Welcome everyone. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel. We were talking, pets. We've been talking. We've talked. We did talk about the La Paz Comitatus. We've shifted gears left and right here. If we're talking about shifting gears, my car's got a 6-speed manual transmission. We've probably gone that many gears already. So we are always waiting and looking for a topic. Anybody want to jump in and bring one up? We are always up for new topics, but everything has to be respectful. No destructive type of comments. We have just hit the top 10, you guys. Like that, Kens. We don't want the Jesus loves you in here. Many of us here do not follow God or Jesus. I am an atheist. I have members with religious trauma. We don't need to have people here pushing anything on us. Hello, everyone. Well, let's see what else. Like I said, I will be putting a Gem X video together tomorrow. Just gonna be the basics. I it, I started taking out the air filter. It looked clean. I won't put the new one in, I guess, till I leave, just to have a new clean one. But the one I took it out and it looked very, very clean. Um, So I didn't see a necessity to change air filters. I can just, travel with it as long as I can. However, did order a mass airflow sensor, um, and that should arrive. Oh, hi, Audrey. I didn't see you there. The mass airflow sensor will be changed the next weekend. Um, so you know, the vehicle is going to be tuned in and out. I mean, and I think the next thing I will want to do once I hit California, I do still have those new coils and spark plugs. I'll have my friend help me with that, and then maybe even brakes, some brakes and brake pads and rotors. I'm gonna order those. Um, well, remember that if it is your 11th birthday, this channel is for 18 and over. No, it's not cold here. The reason I have this shirt on, yeah, Jennifer, actually, I had a mechanic look at it. He changed the one sensor that needed to be changed. Well, actually, all three sensors got changed. I had bought coils, and he was going to do that, and then I got a whole new fuel pump. Um, and it's been running tip-top shape. I'm going to tell you, there's something strange in one area of town. Today, I drove all over town. I drove all the way to the northwest end of town trying to hunt this person down whose name was on the title. And hi, Aubrey, welcome to the stream. So I went up and down all over Albuquerque, searching for this person. And finally, I was able to go to this MVD place that did give me a temp tag. I was able to find this little car dealership across the street from where, I guess the car dealership where this was at was at. And hello, Shadow, welcome to the stream. And he told me that that there used to be a car dealership there. It was gone. He says, "Please, I'll see that little MVD place across the street." He's all, "Go there. They'll get you situated." I could have probably handed them the title. They would have never known, and they probably would have done the title exchange for me. But I was honest, told them the story, and what they did for me is something the other MVD place didn't do. Was they gave me a temporary tag. Now, I drove all over town. Check engine light came back on, but Xterra Gem X never even coughed, as you would say, just misfire. Because that's what it felt like before, like it would just go. And then as I was coming back, I got back home and I stopped. I did get a fuel injector cleaner, put a fuel injector cleaner in it, just in case it's inside the cylinder walls or the fuel injectors. And I got that. I did some Seafoam fuel injector cleaner. And because Seafoam and Lucas are up there, like they're side by side as what's the best to get all those things clean. So next payday, not this payday coming up, but right before I leave, I'm going to put another Cataclean in there. Get that. I want to run as many bottles of Cataclean. If not, I'll do one this payday. I've done one, 2 weeks ago when I got, when I passed emissions. I put one in then. I will put one in maybe this week and next, or maybe two in the upcoming week. After I pay my bills. So that's news on Gem X. So it's got a temp tag right now, good old paper tag. One thing is, a lot of people like to tape them in on the inside of the window where you can't see them because your windows are tinted nowadays. People here have them tinted to, keep the car cooler. Well, so what I did is I bought, since it is a paper tag and it was laminated, the young lady did a great job and she laminated it. What I did is I bought one of a cheap plastic chrome license plate frame, but it came with one of those little plastic bubbles, and I put it on there and actually made holes through it to put the screws through, and it worked great. Fantastic. Hello, Shadow. Welcome to the stream. If you are new to the stream, anybody, please do hit a like and subscribe. We have hit 2495. Let's make it to those 2500 tonight. That means 5 more subscribers. Let's try to make it there. We are already almost at 1300 views. We just keep getting the great view content here. We're hitting on certain days we're hitting it just right. Guys, I'm sorry again. I don't know if people are texting or what. My phone telling me, oh, 1 year ago, here, look at this picture of you. Yes, Raj, exactly. I was about to say that YouTube channels are fantastic for learning about your car. Hello, G Irish, I am in Albuquerque, New Mexico, moving to California soon. Yeah, Raj, I've learned a lot more now that one can access YouTube and you can go on there and put in your make and model of a vehicle. Nowadays, cars are computerized. So before it was really easy. You could just take apart stuff. It was mechanical. You could, work on your carburetor and stuff like that. But, hello out there in India. Now you buy this little computer. It's called an OBD2 computer. I think cars 96 and newer have it. And there's a little terminal under your dashboard. And then you hook it up to there and you turn your car onto the on position without turning the vehicle on. And you can, what you do, it'll tell you a code like Gem X. Ever since I got it, it's throwing this code called, it's the P0340. When I got my first emissions test, he handed me the certificate and he goes, you need a new catalytic converter. Well, a new catalytic converter that would pass California emissions would cost $2,000 installed with the average mechanic. So a catalytic converter, I came and looked it up. I actually went to a mechanic, the emissions shop. I just took this to the emissions shop and it didn't pass. I said, this is what they told me, that it was a catalytic converter. And now, can I see the certificate? And I showed them, well, that's not a catalytic converter. That's I believe a camshaft sensor. And he showed me, he's all, we could fix that around, he's all, that's a little sensor about this big. It would probably take around, you know, X amount of time. The guy would have charged me $600 to change a sensor this big. I looked it up on YouTube, and there's a guy that focuses on Nissan Xteras. His name is Rai the Car Guy, and sure enough, he showed how to repair that sensor. Of course, it is in the deepest, darkest place between the firewall and the engine. I replaced camshaft sensor B. So I finally found a mechanic, and he did the sensor, and I told him to do the camshaft one and the crankshaft one because I already had them, and I paid $20 for each sensor. And the guy charged me, and then he ended up changing the fuel pump. That was $500. That is nothing. Just to take down any other place, to just take the fuel pump out or take the fuel pump down to change the fuel pump, that's $1,500. Hi Muffin, welcome to the stream. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. If you are just joining us here for the first time, please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. We do want to make it to 51 likes. 51 is one of our favorite numbers here. We don't have our Area 51 sign anymore. Hello AGT, welcome to the stream. So right now we're like teetering in that halfway mark to 51. Now we're over halfway. We're at 26, so we need 25 more likes. Thank you to whoever just subscribed to the channel. That is greatly appreciated. We're teetering on hitting that 2,500 point. We would greatly appreciate it to try to break 2,500 tonight. We are our goal after 2,500 will be 2,550. At 2,550, which is 51 times 50. Like I said, we like the number 51. At 51 times 50, which is 2,550, we will be doing the giveaway for this little Molly backpack right here. It is ready for a to-go bag or for camping or hiking or anything. If in any case of emergency you may have. Some people are right now, if you live in Florida, it is hurricane season. That is why I learned to make those. Yeah, it is. You know, as I am transitioning, I do have, I was already having some male pattern baldness while the hair grows in. Do a wig. Sounds good, Yadira. There we go. Thank you for subscribing, whoever just did. Actually on Amazon. Everything, like, as far as wigs, I usually go on Amazon, and this is not a real hair one. I do want to purchase some real hair ones. Hello everyone, please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. We are trying to work our way to where we hit 2,500, and we're only 3 away from 2,500. Yeah, Amazon. Amazon, these are synthetic. Now, real hair, you can find some companies online. I found one time that would, where I had gotten 3 real hair ones, and they were inexpensive. Long story short, they were thrown away by someone. That's where I'm just going to leave it at that. Um, so actually, this place was if you bought two, you would get one free. I haven't seen the company online anymore. Yes, they were from China. So, but they were real hair when I got them. I could tell. So we're at 1427. Yeah, they do. I will tell you that. So we have now made it to number 7. Guys, we just a little while ago we were trying to break number 10. We have now hit number 7. So oh, you should see mine. You should see my to-go bag. Mine to-go bag could fit a week's worth of stuff, including MREs and water. Guys, ever want to check out any of my preparedness videos? I do have a list for that. I haven't done any preparedness videos. Maybe it'd be a good one. What I should do is purchase a roadmap. I've been wanting one. I want a good road atlas. And okay, Johanna. So I do want to get a road atlas because I know how to read maps, but nowadays many people don't. You got to realize if the grid ever goes down and your phone's not working, you won't have GPS. Just this is the easiest way to know and how to navigate. First of all, buy a compass, a real compass. I have one, and then I even have little calipers. Also, another compass that like you use for math. You can buy one of those, and that can help you measure distance. Because all road maps will have a little down on the bottom, have a little like legend and tell you that an inch may be 10 miles. So then you can measure how many miles you need to travel in what direction. But always remember, if you have no map, okay, the sun goes from it comes up in the east and goes over you and sets in. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it sets in the west. I always get that wrong, but I know which way usually. So it comes up in the east, sets in the west. So like when I live in California, I've always seen the sun go down in the water. So when I lived in Florida, I never got to see it come out of the water because I lived on the west coast of Florida. I never got a chance to travel to the east coast to see the sun come up out of the water. So always watch the sun which way it's moving. So if it's coming up over here on your right, that's the east side of you. If it's going down on your left, that's the west. So that means if the way I'm facing right now, if this is east, this is west, it means that way's north and that way's south. So, that's how I navigate things. I always watch the sun, look at the shadows. Shadows will tell you. um, which way the sun's going. So, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. I was just talking about directions, how to know without a GPS which way to go. Um, you never know when you might be without one. Learn how to read a map. I need to buy one for my to-go bag or just to carry it in my car. Uh, I learned early in life how to you know basically how to work with a map, and then I got a great sense of direction because when I was a kid my dad would sit down with me and say, look, Jules, this is where they want to go. So all my relatives would come from Mexico. They would say they'd want to go visit Disneyland, Universal, uh, SeaWorld. So and my dad would sit down with me and say, okay, this is how you get here. And he would give me a little road atlas and he says, okay, you go this way, this way, this way. This is the address. So you look on this page, get this. And boom, I had to navigate everyone, everywhere. And, it was a nice little free vacation, but I was navigating everything. I was the one saying, turn right here, turn left here, turn this way. And so I learned to navigate really good. I was a road medic, and we didn't have GPS on the ambulance back then. And we had your map book, and then you had map books that we had made up because sometimes we had to travel to trailer parks. So the trailers aren't numbered in your in a GP in a map. So you have to be able to, when you get in, how to figure out where the number is. So there's a lot to learn out there, and yeah, we've become too tech dependent. So what happens when a grid does go down? Many people aren't going to know how to navigate. My friend Megan talked about this on her channel one day. She was doing one about being prepared. We did do an interview with her here on this channel, and she I kept throwing comments in her stream, and then one of them I throw in. She's all good comments, Jules, and I threw in and a road map, and all of a sudden she pulls out a road atlas, and like she had all these roads marked because she pre-planned different roads that she could take out of the area she lived in. I'm not sure which one it is. Uh, he's done so many like that. Just look at the movie Taken. How many, the way he navigated in there. Thank you, AGT. I'm a sucker for hoop earrings. I do have others besides hoops, but I love my hoop earrings. Hey Arter, welcome to this stream. Well, the biggest thing is like one time I went to Lowe's. I had this little hatchback car, and it was pretty new. I think it was a 2008, the same as my Xterra, and it did not have a backup camera. So one of these guys that loads my little hatchback full of, I think I had gotten mulch. and it covered up my mirror. And they're all, "Are you gonna be okay backing up?" I'm like, "No problem. I know how to drive by watching my mirrors, because you you learn that when you drive vehicles. Like, my first car was a pickup truck. Sometimes you can't see out the back window, so you have to look over your shoulder, look through blind spots. You have to always use your mirrors to drive everywhere, and yeah. Um, so yeah, that's another thing, another lost skill. People depend on backup cameras. What happens when your backup camera fails? Huggy, welcome. How are you today? Welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. How is it out there in Daytona? How's the weather? I haven't. Guys, Huggy's in here. Make sure to say hi to Huggy. Great friend, been on the channel for a very long time. Oh, I didn't even know Fernando had formed. But that's way up north. Now that is a tropical storm, but that's going to go way up into the Gulf. Seagull, they're just regular people to me. I'm not into following any specific religion. I don't judge people by a specific race or religion or creed or whatever. Welcome, Onion. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe. Yeah, so Fernando's going to just go straight out into the Gulf. Then looks like there's another depression forming out there, or it's a disturbance. Oh, that's cool, Huggy. So you got to do your activity out there. That's awesome. Hello, if you've just joined us on the channel, please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. We are 3 away from hitting 2,500 subscribers. Let's try to make it 2,500 plus. Our goal is to make it to 2,550, but that right now we are 53 away from that goal. But right now let's slowly creep up to that 500. I don't know, Audrey. Ah, got it. We just hit number 6 on the top 10 list here, you guys. Well, we're tied for number 6. I'm sure we've already passed it on the channel. if we keep going at this pace, we will make at least number 4, I feel. Um, what is, yeah, we can make, if we do in the next, if we do a 4-hour stream and we can do this pace, we can make number 3. Yeah, we can make number 3. I don't think we would make number 2. Number 2, we would have to be at 4,100. But we could probably break number 3. Because we get, I notice these fluctuations where they go up and down, up and down. In Albuquerque, correct. He always took the wrong turn in Albuquerque. And where did why do you think that New Mexico has these things about naming things after TV shows? There is a city here in south of Albuquerque called Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Truth or Consequences used to be a game show. And they did an advertisement that if any city decided to name their city after their show, they would donate X amount to something. And there's a city here that did it. So it's called Truth or Consequences. The minor league baseball team here in Albuquerque. So the minor league baseball team here in Albuquerque is called the Albuquerque Isotopes. Go look up the Simpsons episode about their baseball team for the power plant. Hello, cute kitty kitty. Hit that like button. Did you already? There you go. I see that you did. It just you notice it. When I saw Truth or Consequences the first time I traveled here, I'm like, why is there a city named Truth or Consequences? So I did. I looked it up online, and yeah, it was after the game show. The Isotopes. When I moved out here, I found out the major league team was named the Isotopes. I'm like, that's a cool name for a minor league baseball team. I'm a big San Diego Padre fan, but I said, you know, I like catchy names. The Padres are my team because I'm from San Diego. But I don't have a favorite. I didn't have a favorite minor league team, but I'm like, now that's a catchy name. I'm like, it's original. It fits the area. New Mexico is known for many things having to do nuclear research out here. The Manhattan Project or Oppenheimer Project happened out here. They actually blew up the first atomic bomb out here. So Isotopes was a great name for a minor league baseball team out here. And so I thought that's cool, but then I'm like, I remember there being a Simpsons episode about it. And sure enough, I went out there and I looked at it up. You can look it up here on YouTube. And the episode of The Simpsons said how they were moving the team, and it turned out that they were moving it to Albuquerque. So that was a funny thing I learned. Correct. That's well said, Arthur. Yes, if you buy a compass, a globe compass, it'll always show what direction you're walking in. And I have two compasses. I always carry one in my backpack. Um, so even some pocket knives, I mean, if you get a good knife, we'll have them on the top. What did you get, kitty, cute kitty kitty? Anything for all of us to share? Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe as you join us here. If you aren't subscribed, please do so. We are trying to, our ultimate goal right now, we're trying to make it to 2,550 subscribers. We are right now sitting at 2,497. So let's try to surpass that. Those three. Let's try to get 5 more tonight. Just to kind of surpass that 2,500 mark. So yeah, Eric, I'll say they have grown, but I'm not going to give a size. Thank you, Chang. Yeah, I was on another channel, and on that other channel, it's kind of like my persona is to be in camouflage. So just by the thumbnail that I made for that channel. Oh, I love camo. I have all kinds of camo. Oh wow, here in New Mexico you can walk around with a rifle on your shoulder and not. I have Marpat, I have woodland Marpat, and I have desert Marpat. I have every in the digital. I have the Army, I have the Marines, I have the Air Force, all in digital. So that's the digitized, pixelated one. It's probably Joe. I haven't heard anything about doing one. Honestly, Huggy, I haven't been to his. I've been waking up late on Sundays. I haven't been to any of his sermons lately, and it seems like he's picking up the pace on doing live streams. Yeah, I have the old Air Force camo, the digital tiger stripe. I love that camo. Even though they say that those colors in camouflage, the old Army camouflage that was digitized, and the Air Force one, the color mix that they made, the fabric made them fade really fast, and therefore it is deemed the failed camouflage. Digital tiger stripe, so hard to get. I can go to Goodwill down the street and find probably 2 or 3 pairs of pants, Chang. I live in an Air Force city. It's everywhere. I have 2 pairs. 2 pairs I have. I went once to Goodwill and there was like 2 pairs right there. But now I also have the multicam, which is the new one that Army, Air Force, and Space Force wear. I do have a top like this, so it's green in the, no wait, it's like a dark brown in the center, and then the sleeves are the multicam. That'll probably be my next outfit for the next Heat and Jules stream. Okay, there's a lot of Space Force here. That's what happens is when people are in the Air Force, it's like a branch of the Air Force almost. Like like the Marines are a department of Navy. Uh, the Air Force was actually part of the Army at one time. It used to be called the Army Air Corps. Um, well, thank you, cute kitty kitty. So, um, the army used to the Air Force used to belong to the Army. It used to be called the Army Air Corps, which I actually knew someone, a gentleman that was one of my residents at an assisted living that I worked at. He was over 100 years old, and he was a member of the Army Air Corps in World War II. So it wasn't called the Air Force in World War II. And he flew like 20 bombing missions over Japan, or like 25, somewhere around there. He told me that flying over Japan, only 50% of airplanes would come back. So imagine this is a person, so now take 50%, 0.5 to the 25th power, and tell me tell me the odds of being able to survive that many missions. Now, I also, you guys saw my digital, subdued digital urban the other day, last week. Oh, it's this one. This is probably one of my favorite camos right here. It's called Subdued Digital Urban. It's like 3 shades of, it's black with like 2 other shades of gray, but it is digitized. And then this is black multicam. Like I said, this one's my Sig Sauer hat. That's my favorite pistol. But I've got, now I like this, I don't have matching, like a matching pants or shirt. Um, look, you know, like when you look at things on the computer and they become pixelated, that your pictures are done with pixels. Look at the camouflage in that compared to this. See how the camouflage here is just blotches. Here they took the blotches and made them into a pixelized pattern. That's why it's called digital. The reason the Army and the Marine Corps started using digital camo or pixelated camo was because warfare has become very digitized. You know, they use drones, they use, digital like binoculars, stuff like that. So they say that everything does blend in nature. It blends in via pixels. So they were using a natural part of the environment, using the pixelization to um, develop the new camouflages at a certain time back in the second Gulf War. So, what are the protests going on about, Audrey? And see, I've been watching a lot of Midas Touch and watching what's going on here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Let's check out the ball games. See what's going on in the MLB. See what my Padres are doing. I'd like to see them beat the Dodgers. Oh, yes. Padres 5-1. That puts him back in the first. Padres back in first, one game over the Dodgers in the National League West. They can just beat them. I think it's a 3-game home. It is a home series for the Padres in Petco Park. I was born in California. So welcome everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. We're not far from making top 5, you guys. We're like, yes, this is a homecoming. Yeah, I heard that there have been some trans rulings out there. I do have a trans friend out there. We did do an interview about a year ago. So what, you want music or something, you dear? You want to dance? Yeah, it is Saturday night. I wish I could play some certain music on here, but it gets you strikes having stuff on in the background. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Join into our conversation. Everyone is welcome here. We've been ranging the topics tonight. Different things. I talked about some of the repairs I did to my car today. Also getting it registered. We've talked I think we did discuss the law posse comitatus. Good night, ordinary. Be careful out there. Yadira, can you drop the new channel? I think someone in the chat box, someone did ask for it earlier. Guys, Jadira just did me a favor. She must have a big notes list for this channel or something because she has links to all the other streams I go on, like, and friends of mine right off the bat. She is awesome. Jason's great too. Uh, they're both fantastic moderators. I'm, I'm so glad I found them. But she dropped a link to the channel, the second channel I have. It is actually, and we did another live stream today talking about the bone collector unalivings here in Albuquerque. Interesting story. It's all true. It is a cold case. Now my friend one thing we didn't put up there was in case anybody ever heard anything, where to call and give. Yeah, we talked about car repair and learning how to read a map. Now, maybe that'll probably be my next survival one. Once yeah, it's right up there. The link for it is Raj is up there. It says Nefarious Ms. Stories at Nefarious Ms. Stories. Because instead of mysteries, I made it Ms. Stories. Because they're stories, they are mysteries, and we're both women, so kind of gave it a snazzy title, I think. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel. We're getting a little upswing right here in views, so please do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, hang out with us. I actually, the trend, I'm gonna tell you, actually Trump could have probably gotten a little more strict on his executive order, but he just made it about age. In other words, about having to be a certain age to be able to transition. That's what he made it about. So I thought he was going to be worse with it. So I think in a way, yes, allow a child to go to a therapist and maybe start, working on social transition, but starting a medical transition, make that be a choice they make when they're an adult. That's my opinion. Now, all others may have different ways of thinking. So my opinion is, yeah, as an adult, where they can say, I made this choice. Now I have to account for the actions I took. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Thank you for subscribing to the second channel there, Muffin. Thank you, AGT. do make sure to go back and watch the second video, or if you haven't watched the two videos on that channel yet, please do watch them. Give them thumbs up when you do watch them. Welcome, Flowers. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit the like. Let's try to make it to 51 likes. Let's try to make it. Let's try to break that 2,500 barrier on subscribers. We are 2 away. And let's try to make it more than just the 2. Let's you know, let's break into the 2,500s here. Let's work our way there, because we want, our goal right now is to make it to 2,550. That's when we do our next giveaway. You know, actually, truth there, it's kind of funny that they say what Section 8 looks like. I probably make more money than them. They just make assumptions, and they don't ask my occupation. Because I probably make more money. Or someday I might be the nurse that they need in the ER, if I ever went back to ER. What do you mean, Audrey? What's unreal? Oh, you mean what's unreal happening here in the United States? Yeah, there's a lot going on here that should not be happening. They're using our resources in the wrong way. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Raj, have a good night. Thank you for joining us here. Thank you, Yadira. Let's get 14 more likes. Let's hit that 51 mark. Please, let's make it to 2,500 subscribers. We are 2 away. He should. I think he should. If he has nothing to hide, he should release them. If he has nothing to be afraid of, he should release them. They're without tampering with them. Don't make it another Watergate. I think the reason that that's basically what's happening here, is he's hiding something in those files. Yeah, but they somehow disappeared. Probably pardoned himself. You know how he's done things incorrectly. I mean, there's many things. It's not the entire government. There's certain parts and branches of the government. And the thing is, he's like a puppeteer and has certain people like puppets, basically, holding the strings. Correct, Greg. It is collapsing, and unfortunately, it's going to become like a, pretty much dog world here eventually. A friend of mine said, right now, probably our best thing would be to live in a country with anarchy. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. We are 2 subscribers away from hitting 2,500. So let's make it there. Yeah, he did get a roasting, especially at the golf course, wasn't it? Well, I've considered, someone told me to actually consider dual citizenship with Mexico. And, you know, it might be ending up a better choice. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Guys, we're probably going to break 2,000 soon. It seems we get these little bursts of views, I'm noticing. As you join us here, please jump into the chat, talk with us. Please be respectful. Do hit a like, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, Jennifer, he really loves those grapes. If you guys... That's true, Cray, but the way that things are here and the way things are going, we may not be too far from where it is over there. And I'm gonna tell you one thing I'm gonna say, and I bet you I might catch a little flack for this, but they're trying to stop certain criminals from crossing the border, stop certain products from coming across the border. But I'll tell you that certain products that they bring are used by the upper class a lot. And if he shuts all those companies that bring it across a lot, they're not going to have their product. Correct, Greg, but a lot of it, that it doesn't make that stuff okay because it ruins families. Trust me, I know. I've experienced it in my own family. I've had someone in my family was a member of one of those organizations. Not, I'll say an in-law. And it put my family at risk. Yeah, Newsom's not the best himself either. We're gonna have to find, someone in the middle somewhere that does. Shoot, I would love Bernie Sanders in the White House. I mean, someone's gonna have to rise up and just. That's actually pretty funny. I don't know. I don't know who would be the VP. I that's a question, and you'd have to find a pretty solid VP because Bernie is up there in years. I mean, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. I and a lot of people would probably say Hillary, but I cannot do Hillary. I'm not a Hillary fan. Um, I couldn't. There's certain things that she got away with that I don't think I could do. Yeah, and see the thing is, I'm not all about just that is the good thing Newsom is doing. He's trolling him. Yes. He's balancing him out. The thing is, Trump needed a little taste of his own medicine. Guys, we just hit 2,000 views. So let's try to make it 2 more subs tonight. 2 more. So we can that's the problem right now, Greg, though. We don't have adults in politics. And the way people are growing up right now, it's a different method or a different way of thinking than we did in the past. I think what Newsom is doing. Thank you, Gucci Girl. Please do hit a like. And if you're just joining us here and you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe. For those of you that have, I noticed that the numbers keep going up and down. So if you're just joining us, jump into the live stream with us. We are having good conversations tonight. Right now, I think we were talking maybe ideas for next election. Maybe I'll run. How about that? Jules for president. That's true, Jennifer. You can't meet this regime. That is true. That's happened. But yeah, you guys, what do you think? Should go Jules for president? Should make a T-shirt on. How do you think this, Yadira? And then my running mate, I'll ask Shar. We could, just do all the influencing straight from our live streams. That means I would really have to quit my job, you guys. Do you know that? I would have to literally quit my job if I put my hat in the ring for president. I could not hold federal office. I would win Puerto Rico, maybe even California. Correct. And and they're making that whole Project 2025 just come together. It's like someone like it was the benchmark, the basically it's what's putting together this correct, Greg. I'm a transgender woman, but you know what? I'm registered independent, and I love my Second Amendment rights. I have a Sig Sauer P226, not the P 380 that's been failing the military, but I own a Sig P226. Uh, I loved it here in New Mexico. I can open carry wherever I want. I just about ever I want. Some businesses will say, do not bring weapons in here, and that is part of the law here in New Mexico. You know, I since I'm moving to California, I had to sell my AR-15. I own one. My neighbor now owns it. One of my neighbors right down the way. It was a beautiful rifle. It was custom built and everything. I had to sell it. His name is Thomas. That's the name he came with. It's the name he's sticking with. He's deaf. That's why we don't wake him up. The only way to wake him up is walk up and pet him. Or he can sense me when I stand up to go to the kitchen or something. He'll sense that. He knows sign language though. He has 4 signs now. I think I've got him on a fourth one now. Thank you, Adira. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Please do leave a like, subscribe to the channel. Let's try to break Greg and Jen, please. Uh, yeah, let's try to be. This channel is about being civil to each other. It's not about if name calling is starting. Yeah, no, it need. That's the biggest thing about our what we always say at the beginning of the channel. One, we want to make this a safe space for people who this is a safe space to be who you are. This is a place to be able to talk civilly. Welcome, JJ. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel if you aren't already. Thank you very much. If that was you, JJ, we are now at $24.99. You guys, we are sitting one away from 2,500. Yeah, I noticed that, Yadira. Where do you live, JJ? Okay, Audrey, you have a good night. In the Midwest. Okay, yeah, I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico. There are parts of New Mexico that can be that way. I know that. Um, more Appalachian Mountains. Okay, so we had someone in the Appalachian area the other day. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Dear, I think your little timeout. We did lose one person. I don't know who, but someone just unsubscribed. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Please do keep comments respectful. Here we are in what we call Area 5T1, where we do discuss the 5 T's. We talk about transition, we talk about triathlon, we talk trends, teaching/tips, and we talk trucks. When we talk about trucks, I focus on my 2008 Nissan Xterra, the manual transmission, best security system in the world, that I am tricking out, doing a resto mod on, actually. MMA, it's not. Glad that you joined us, JJ. It's always good to get a new perspective from other people, from other parts of the country here. No, we can't make it 6 T's. 51 is our number here. That's why we do think That's why we're looking for 2,550 subscribers, because that's 51 times 50. There's so many modifications I would have to do to it to make it California legal. It wouldn't even be worth it. I mean, you have to put a fixed magazine on it with 10 rounds. You have to make it, my buttstock would have to be, I would have had to put a pin on it so it would be fixed. Because it did have a collapsible one. And then there's this like little special fin you have to put on the pistol grip, so you can't use it as a pistol grip. So you can't put your thumb around it. There was just so many rules that I would have to do before then. It would have been more money to, put stuff onto it and getting it legal. Honestly, I doubt yes, JJ, we are. It would have, plus, had I taken it to California the way it was, even if I didn't get pulled over or gotten inspected on the way into the state, but I got caught with it somehow in California, it would be a felony to own that. And trust me, when you're a federal employee, you do not want to have a felony on your record, especially something like that. Well, any at all. And Yadira means firearms, not felonies. That is true, MMA. And maybe if one day they get a little more relaxed, I'll just buy another one. Oh, I'm sure that was trying to trick me into saying something. MMA, I do not. I'm an atheist. That's JJ, I used to be a big I just didn't find, I went through two major religions, and I've taught that I've found that that religions are a way of teaching hate. Oh, wait, you're looking up. Oh, so you heard us talking about Bernie? I think Bernie would be cool in the White House. He reminds me. I don't know how many Gen Xers here. Um, but I think another great independent candidate, or well, he's liberal, obviously, but another one that was great, a great candidate that I thought was funny to watch, and this is what I imagine, um, Bernie as was. You guys remember Ross Perot? I thought Ross Perot was funny, and he always had his little charts. And Bernie always has some great ideas that he throws out there. And Ross Perot used to put them out in little charts and diagrams. Exactly, JJ. You're right. But you know, we're also in a. You guys realize there's so many things in the red tape, or even in what we don't see that I thought, you know, I think Kamala would have done a good job, but I think she would have done decent. But uh, there's still better out there. Hello out there. Hello Viking. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Hey Maddie, how's it going? No, Maddie, I'm not a Trump supporter. Not at all. I will tell you that um, before I was, but I was voting more on platforms. I was voting more as how I was registered. Now I'm a registered independent. Thank you, Maddie. And in and I vote for the issue at hand. Okay, Kirk, that's your choice. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Well said there, JJ. Yeah, people aren't being taught to critically think. We were just, one of the biggest things is, like I said, my vehicle that I drive is a 2008 Nissan Xterra. I have the best anti-theft device because it is. Oh, thank you. That's Thomas. I don't know if it's Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Edison, or what, but his name's Thomas. I don't know who gave him the name after what inventor or president or, but I have a Nissan Xterra. It is a manual transmission. Yeah, I have also thought Thomas the Train Engine. Guys, let's please do hit a like and subscribe. We are at, suddenly our numbers are dropping on subscribers. We're down to 2497 now. So I don't know, are we scaring people off now? We were up to 24.99 at one point. So let's do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We are only 11 likes away from 51. That is always our goal. We, you know, at 2550, we do have a giveaway that's going on the channel. We always, like I said, do things in increments of 51 here. When we hit 51 times 50, that's 2,550 subscribers. We will be doing a giveaway. It is for a Molly backpack. Does include a canteen and an IFAK, which is an individual first aid kit. Welcome, Greg. And trust me, that is a well-built first aid kit. It's not just an IFAC that you would um, buy online. I built it, and I used to be a road medic, and and I also was an ER nurse, and so I have properly supplied that out of my own pocket, and I will do the giveaway once we hit 2,550 subscribers on this channel. And I'm gonna try to find an app where I can enter the names that enter, and then we will. Maybe I'll go purchase a map so people can learn how to read a map too. That's another thing, JJ. We were talking about earlier about how to learn how to read a map, how to back up a car without a camera. You know, it's all, to me, it's just, it seems like a lot of critical. I had one teacher, and that was his goal, was all we are getting close, you guys. We are close to 2,500. So let's just surpass and go into those 2,500s there. So looking at the baseball game scores, I'm a big San Diego Padres fan. I am originally from San Diego. So my Padres beat the Dodgers tonight to put them in solely in first place in the National League West. This is a live stream, so you don't have to join us here. That's the thing, for these haters to come in here and spread this hate. They chose to come in here, so they don't have to come in here if they don't like what they see. So obviously, they like something they see. Yeah, that's him right there. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Let's try to get 10 more likes. Thomas is a great little angel here. He is deaf. That's why he's not waking up while I talk. Yes. What are we saying? Would we say what, Nixon? I think Clinton probably should have done some. Actually, if I did that, I could lose a channel, Greg. There's a certain amount you should be wearing. Yeah, from time, a lot of times I'll wear a tank top. Since my teens. No, I've told my story a lot of times on my channel. And I knew it when I was in my teens. Greg, YouTube has certain standards and policies that we do have to follow. Trust me, I know, because let me tell you how it can happen. You get strikes on YouTube, and YouTube will give you a strike for, like, I've gotten a warning because I accidentally played, I was filming while I was driving, and I accidentally, uh, there was music playing in the background. Well, I didn't get a copyright strike, but they did say that music was heard in the background. And then the other one, my friend, who's also a trans YouTuber, lives right down the street, very popular, has 10 times as many subscribers as I do. She had her camera on. She walked off screen to change, and I guess there was accidentally a reflection of her changing hit the camera, and they got her for a strike. And she did not get to stream for a week because of that. They took her off of YouTube for a week. Yeah, Greg, I'm not going to risk what my YouTube channel does by letting, you know, if you want to see some other, that's why you go to a OnlyFans or anything like that, if you want to see stuff like that. I've worked too hard to get my channel to where it's at. And mine's only a baby channel. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. Consider dropping a super chat, super sticker. 30% of what comes in supers does go to charity. 10% goes to where the rescue where I adopted my dog from. The other 20 goes to assist people from the Texas floods. So welcome. Please jump into the stream, speak with us, have a conversation, just keep it respectful. Well, Greg, that depends on a lot of things. Here's how it works, Greg. if you're trans, you can date whomever you want. Um, However, it depends on your sexuality. That's the difference between sexuality and gender. So sexuality is who you like, and we discussed this yesterday too. So you're assigned a sex at birth, whether male or female. Okay. Then as you grow up, you have that identity of that sex, or as they call it, gender. So you're a male, but sometimes some of us are born and later in life we start feeling that we don't associate correctly with our bodies, that we feel uncomfortable with what we were given. But also others find themselves attracted to people of the same gender. So when you look at it, sometimes people are attracted to the same gender. So, some guys are attracted to guys, and that's when they're gay. So as a trans female, I'm still attracted to women. So we were talking about that. Where on the spectrum does that land? Does that make me, does being trans make you gay? Not necessarily. Because since I am a transgender woman and I like women, it makes me a transgender lesbian. But if I liked men, I would be considered a straight transgender woman. Or if I liked both, I'd be a bisexual trans. Or even pansexual, because some people like people just for who they are, and that could be multiple different types of people. So there's a big difference between gender and sexuality. Because people automatically make the assumption, if you're trans, you are gay. Well, not necessarily. And I just did a video on that, a little short 8-minute video. A friend has taught me to do that. To go to short little videos that you pose a question and put bullet points, kind of like who, what, when, where, why, and how of everything. Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit that like and subscribe. Let's get 9 more likes. Let's make it to our goal of 51 likes. We need a few more subs just to break the 2,500 barrier. That would be fantastic. Our ultimate goal is to make it to 2,550. We will do our next giveaway then. Giveaway that's over here. But we can't do that till we hit the 2,550 mark. So okay, so Greg, one of the big things here, I don't know what I did say. I like females, but you got one of the things people have to understand is that Yadira and Jason, and even I have some other ones. I'm a transgender woman, Felco. Um, Gotta understand is Jason, Yadira, Lena, Mystic Mama, Kathy Rutherford, Avita. Those are all moderators I have in here. And the reason they're moderators on my channel, they know the rules of the channel and they're here to basically make sure the rules are followed. And they do a fantastic job. I trust them with my channel. In fact, I need to get on the other channel and put Jason and Yadira as moderators there. And I've trusted them with it, and they do fantastic, phenomenal jobs. I don't know. It's just I was confused at what Greg. I'm just confused. The conversation here has gotten really weird because someone asked something and it says was asking Jules. So I don't know if it was something you were questioning. Someone may have said answered something to you, and if it was one of the mods, because sometimes people say, well, you know, I would say no, say something to the mods. Exactly, and that's if Yadira answered it. Sometimes she knows the answer. She knows how old I am. She knows a lot of things that she can answer if I don't see it right away. No, something fishy. I'm not. We're just trying to handle something here. Plus, I don't see any questions by you. Something fishy. Unless and if you're talking about your statement that you made about what happens in puberty, that is completely different than dysphoria. When you go, yes, when you go through puberty, as you were stating, yes, you feel different, but there's a dysphoria is feeling completely different and than the feeling that you feel when that you are in the wrong body, that you were assigned incorrectly. That's a feeling that you really have to feel for yourself. It's, you know, there are many times as a from the point I was, you know, from the point when I was potty trained, I always wanted to sit. When I was in my teens, I was more prone to wanting to wear girls' clothes. You know, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to wear women's clothes. I tried on makeup, but I wouldn't. I was forced because of culture that I grew up in the Hispanic culture, that you have to be this macho man, basically. Hello, Toucan. So that is not healthy for someone that is feeling that they are not one. No, I haven't tried it. You know, when you feel uncomfortable in Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. If you're just joining us here, please do hit a like and subscribe. We are only 9 likes away from reaching our goal in likes. It's a couple away from hitting that 20, breaking that 25 barrier. So or 2,500 barrier on subscribers. So let's make it to that 2,500. Let's break that 2,500 barrier. We're not far, so let's do it. By the end of stream, I will say where we're at. I know some of you can probably see it, or most of you can probably see it, but let's make it there. No, Toucan, if you're asking for, I don't do requests here. Okay? I don't, you know, people try to throw, and you know why? Because there's always something wrong with what they're asking me to do. Toucan, you're finding yourself on your way out. Hey there, welcome to the stream. You know, here we go. They're going to start coming. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel. I do want to say, I know we're coming up on our last half hour here. You know where everyone's messages are going to, Ken? Because people, I'm going to say, and I'm going to be plain and simple. People like you are coming in here and asking to do stuff that is probably inappropriate. I may not be up on the most on the lingo or games or whatever it is. 2, you're trying to run my channel. Okay, so you don't run my channel. My channel is my channel. Go play it on your channel. Well, this is not a place, we don't do silly things. We try to keep a civil conversation going in here. Okay, we talk, do you see how my channel is called Area 5T1? It's called Area 5T1 because we talk about 5 T's. We talk about transition, we talk about triathlon, we talk about trends. We talk about certain types of, I teach on certain topics, and I talk about trucks. Have you ever done a triathlon? I bet you I name a truck and you probably don't know what it is. A Ford Centurion. Hello, Gray. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe, and then please subscribe and hit a like to the channel. We're looking for 10 more likes. Lily, yes it is. We'll figure out what kind of truck it is, and you'll see it. Best vehicle ever made, probably. It's rare. There were only 12,000 out there. But people won't know them because they were actually like built by an aftermarket company for Ford. Well, I'm not going to do anything that has to do with a song. Mr. Fett, I've already said it, that people don't come in here and request things on my channel. It was called Centurion Conversions, hence called the Ford Centurion. Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. We're only 7 likes away from 51. There's a couple more subscribers. Okay, Toucan, one more time. You're going to get blocked from the channel. I saw that you hit a like. Okay, and now I see the subscribe there. Thank you very much, Gray Wolf. It just took a little bit for that subscribe to go on there. Nice try. You know, you guys, this is the reason I don't do things for people, because they come on here, they try to lure you to say something incorrectly, and they don't get me because I proofread things before I read them. Then do hit a like and subscribe. I'm not being racist. Not at all. Thank you, Adira. the thing is, there was more to it on the other one. Yeah, we don't do shout outs here because look, Mikey here, the only way I say hellos to people or read their comments is if they drop a super chat. Thank you, Grey Wolf. I like every type of camo. I like the military camo. I don't like the mossy oak or real tree stuff. I'm more into the military. Yadir is my moderator for a reason, Mikey. For that reason. Just for that reason, because she is. Same with Jason. They know the rules of my channel. Well, maybe she is, but it doesn't mean that that's why I hired her. Hello, Logan. Welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like and subscribe. Welcome to Jules Treasures, where we do discuss the 5 T's. We talk about transition, triathlon trends, teaching, and trucks. My truck, we call it the Gem X. It is a 2008 Nissan Xterra. 4-wheel drive, manual transmission. So what we'll do is, it is 11:37 my time. We'll just go till midnight. Yeah, dear, I don't know how you do it. You're all the way out there. I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico right now. Hello, Luca. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like, subscribe to the channel if you aren't already. Guys, we did make it to number 3 on my top 10. Or, yeah, we're about to. We're only like 7 views away, which I'm sure we've already hit. I don't think we'll make in the next 20 minutes. We would have to get an astronomical number of viewers. Oh, yeah, dear, I can't do number 1 today. Number 1 is 4,100. We're at 2,571. We have to make to 2,577. So So yeah, six more. I mean, look at that. We've already hit 2575. Um, let's try to get a couple more subscribers. Let's keep it in that 2500. Um, welcome, Gene. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. There, we just made number 3, most definitely. See, my bed is waiting right there with Thomas. Oh, and we're only 6 likes away from 51, you guys. Please do hit a like. That is always our goal as far as likes is 51. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. You're on with Jules. Please do hit a like, subscribe. We're starting to get into our last 20 minutes here. We've had a phenomenal stream today. I will say please do subscribe so we can kind of we're getting close to meeting our next goal of subscribers, which is 2,550. I'm gonna say we're less than 50 away. If we hit 2,550 soon, or once we hit it, there will be a giveaway on this channel. I will do it on a live stream. I am trying to find a way that I can put them like, I saw one that had like a little like board that you would like put them in and it would spin and randomly draw a name or some kind of program like that. So I do want to do something like that. I would probably have to use StreamYard and find an app that does that and add it to the StreamYard and do it through there. So the quicker we can get to 2550, you know, the more chances of getting to give away that Molly bag. I've had it for a very long time sitting here. I've made every time that people have won it, and it started off with a individual first aid kit. From there, I built up to the IFAC and the canteen. Then I said I would give the backpack away. Then I decided to put all 3 of them together. And each time I did have winners, I did have the winners write me and then tell me, well, no, you don't have to do that. You know, the very humble people have always said, you know, and they say, oh, you don't have to do that as a giveaway. It was cool of you to do that, but I don't want it. It's a well-made backpack. It's well stocked as far as the first aid kit. It was stocked by myself out of my own money. So we, you know, when you get it, it'll be a nice thing to have to be prepared. Hello, Yesenia. Welcome to the stream. Hit a like and subscribe. And how can we help you today? Oh, is it hello, not help? Hello, Mr. Void. Welcome to the stream. Please do hit a like and subscribe. In here, Mike, we talk about it is what we call Area 5T1. We talk about the 5Ts. We talk about transition. We talk about triathlon. We talk trends. We talk teaching about certain topics, and we also discuss trucks. Um, we are open to any conversation as long as it's kept respectful. One of the big things we ask people not to bring up on the channel is religion. And the reason is, one, I'm an atheist, but I do know about organized religion. I have been a member of two different ones, but I have subscribers that have religious trauma. So I don't want their experience, that affects them to be brought up on the channel. Hello, Letty. Welcome to the stream. Coming in the last 15 minutes, huh? Hit a like. Hit a like, everyone. We need 5 more likes. 5 more to hit that 51. Hit a subscribe if you like the channel. Please do so. Oh, what's wrong, Letty? Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're down. If there's anything we could do, Letty, we would do. We're here for you, even if it's just talking. Letty's a long-time subscriber, you guys, and that's what this channel is about. We're here to support each other through thick and thin. Oh, Yadira, we did top out yesterday's live stream by over 100. Because of someone else's circumstances, that person experiencing life problems. Oh, I know it's hard when you see stuff like that. Is it, I don't know if it's in your family or what, or friends. Even at that, that makes it difficult. Well, unfortunately, Letty, I am getting a little tuckered out. Um, we will be streaming again tomorrow. Not sure on times yet. If we do a 7 o'clock, maybe we'll do a 6 to 8 or 6:30 to 8:30. Thomas permitting. Thomas is my dog, for those of you that don't know. If you're just joining us here, we're about to close out the stream. We're in our last 10 minutes here, but I do want to say, if you are just joining us here, please do hit a like and subscribe to the channel. A like and subscribe to the channel. See, I'm slurring my words. Um, so it is time to start getting ready for bed. So Letty, definitely have them come join us here. We're here for everyone. I do want to say thank you to everyone that has subscribed tonight. Thank you to all the other treasures that are always here. You guys make this experience on here fantastic. That is why we are here. We're here to be a family. We're here to be friends. We're here to help each other out. Now, I'm not a professional and cannot solve everything. And Yadira has placed it there in the live stream, in the chat box. If you are in any type of crisis, if you're feeling down, depressed, hopeless, sad, confused, or angry, if you're worried about yourself or someone else, feeling like you might hurt yourself or someone else, you know, wanting to maybe even unalive yourself, please try the crisis line at 988. If you are a veteran and having a crisis, do hit 988 and press 1. That will get you to someone specializing in veterans. And then they do have a menu, I guess. I think option 3 was taken off, but that's a whole different story. The crisis line is there for, even if you just need guidance, where to go to start, finding some help, they're there and they will listen to you and will help you with what they can. Like I said, thank you to everyone that has joined us tonight. I know people have been off and on, but we've had a great stream. We've talked about a range of topics that has been fantastic. It was peaceful, even though some of the topics we brought up were politics, and usually that's a hard topic to bring up without having some pushback somewhere, and I feel tonight we didn't have much. Oh, that's hard, Letty. There are no shelters around there? You know what? I would start off by calling 988 and see if they can give you an idea of where to go. And where is he located? I think your 988 would be a great resource. They can tell you which route to go. Ah, you're in Dallas, Texas. Yeah. I would just say, hmm, I like being from, oh, they're from Dallas. Okay. So I would, I would, I would call 988 and then kind of give them the situation, and they might have a resource guide what can be done in Dallas. I would try that. I mean, all they can say is, "Oh, we don't know what we can do." I mean, like I said, the very last thing it says on the card here, it says, "Have something on your mind that you want to talk over." So you can talk to them, tell them what's going on with your friend. Maybe they can guide you to something. Yeah, and I'm sure it's difficult in Dallas. Yeah, most definitely do that. I think it might be a starting point. Um, Notification, if you want to check out about paranormal and unsolved mysteries and cold cases, please do go to my other channel uh, that my friend and I just started. Today we were discussing there's two videos on there, or two little live streams that we've done. Um, mm, Not really. I know people are watching me right now on the internet. Letty, of course, that's what we're here for. So, everyone, like I was saying, thank you for joining me here. Well, notification, it's not that I don't want to listen to your story. One, I'm tired. Two, uh, we're about to end the live stream. We've been going for 4 hours. Actually, 4 hours and 10 minutes. So, really, I you can always join us on the link right there that Yadira has posted. Um, I am, I'm sorry, it's just that time I need to. No problem, Letty. So, I do want to thank everyone for joining me here. Um, Thank you. We did reach our our the, we did break the 2,500 mark of subscribers. We are now at 2,503. Thanks everyone. I couldn't do this without all my treasures that are in here, whether you are a subscriber or not. If you aren't, please do subscribe to the channel. Do hit the like button. Um, if you're watching this in the future, um, do put a comment down below. I'll check. I will get those and reply to them. Um, have a good night. Thank you for joining me here. Remember, I am Jules. All of you are my treasures. Have a good night. Thank you for joining me here, and thank you again.